Hello. Good evening. How are you? I hope you're good. This hair sticking to my face. Good evening. I hope you're good. I said that already. Who cares? I'm gonna say it again. How's your Friday been so far? We are back. Great Ace Attorney. For, most likely not the final stream on this game, because I highly doubt they'll actually be able to make it. Like, it's a long game. And I'm guessing because this is the final trial, it's going to take a while. Like, it's gonna be several parts long, probably.
You redeemed an evil voice, okay?
What do you want me to say?
Good evening, how are you? Hope you're good.
I always say the same things, don't I? Maybe I do actually have some kind of catchphrases. I hope you're good. Well, I truly hope that. Yeah. What we did last time, what we ended up on last time, what we can currently see in the background is that one scene where Susato talked to Holmes before she supposedly left because she has to go back to Japan. I mean, I don't know. I am still unspoiled for this game. I hope it stays that way, even though most people are probably through both of them by now, and meanwhile I'm still stuck on the first one. But I really hope she doesn't leave forever. Like, I think she's still plays a part in the second game. So you had some Hawaii pizza. Oh, nice. I had some pasta with tomato sauce and stuff for dinner tonight because we had leftovers from yesterday. But yeah, I say we're going to jump right in while I'm still awake. Because I don't know for how long I'll go. I'll try to get as far as possible in the trial, but if I can't do it all tonight, we're just gonna continue tomorrow, not gonna lie.
So, here we go.
I have 2 bottles of water with me. I am ready to read. When I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. Uh-oh. Well, that sounds promising, doesn't it? 17th of April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Wait, just a second. I just got a phone, please. Okay. I just got a message that just read important. I was like, oh god, did something happen? But it's just a friend asking me, sending me a video and going, which one of these am I? So I think he can wait. He has to wait now. Ace Attorney is more important than attack yourself game. Good morning, Gina. Okay. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry. You know, her in the fancy dress. Susato or whatever you say it. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You're right with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only got one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Wait, who said that?
Oh, baby!
How you feeling, Ginny? Didn't you manage to sleep? Meow. I love this cat. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Wacky?
Wacky.
Meow. It's so cute. Oh no! Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Well, let him have nose around. What harm can you do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. I'm guessing this cat is going to become important later on. You cannot, listen, you cannot show me the cat and go, oh, well, whatever. What harm can it do? It can definitely do harm. Also, I'm gonna, because it's cold as hell in my room. It's like, it's apparently still summer, but it's cold as fuck. So, I should have done this before stream. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get my fucking heated blanket pad thingy and turn it on because holy fucking hell, I am freezing. I am freezing. I am freezing. And I do not like to freeze. What is it?
There we go.
Heated blanket things are great. I love them. I think everyone should own one. Here we go. Slowly turn it on. And it's not that loud. I don't think you'll be able to hear it on stream, so it's not going to interfere with our experience. You bought a paper on the way here. Okay. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? Start with the bad news? What do you say, Runa? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. I see. It's an interesting way to look at it. Yes, the question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh. The bad news was a weather report. So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. True. Alright, and so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I guess. I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all good news cancelled out the bad. I fear we're going to hear a lot of bad news tonight. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. That Don't worry, Runa will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers the headlines will be... Discharged divers, dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. That's more faith than I have in myself. How's that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. This morning's paper, purchased by Iris. Gina's case features prominently. That looks like there is more text that could fit in that box. Maybe there's something else in the paper as well. I should take a look at it as soon as I get the chance. Wait, I get a chance right now, don't I? Let me look at it. What's on the... is there anything of interest to me? What's that say? There's a sensational story lowered on the front page as well, look. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has a finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career or no? No, of course not! I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Graxy running from pillar to post at the moment. Ah, the details of today's paper have been updated in a quarter. Ha, see! See! Which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. I wonder if that's going to be of any... Woo! Okay, that's the one thing I dislike about the mouse. It's like whenever you try to turn the evidence, it like goes absolutely everywhere. Okay. You do what you can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. Oh, you're going to... I'll be by your side the whole time, give you moral support and encouragement. Wait, is that allowed? I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Is that allowed? Can I just literally take anyone I want with me to the courtroom and be like, yeah, this is my support? Oh yeah, Iris.
Yeah, Ginny.
Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Wait, but he was up! Susato met him! That's weird. Oh, right. No, Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina's innocent of this crime. Heck yeah. Miss Gina Straight, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Whoo! Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon I will secure our victory here.
Heck yeah.
If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Time to him to prove his big brain. I hope you brought your brain cell. We have an entirety of 2 brain cells here. We're going to make it. 17th of April, 10 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Let's go! Oh, lots of familiar faces in the jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your form of life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilder, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilder, if I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. Well, I mean, you kind of did not have a choice. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nippon... Wow! Racist much? The fuck? What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Bruno. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? I don't... There's a backstory there. The true look of hatred in Lord Van Ziek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? I have a feeling there's a backstory there. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reap of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. But we literally know all of these people. Wait, what? Hold on. No, there's 2 people we don't know. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant of the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. You knew. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I kind of left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Female centric future. Wait. Stop. You knew. Well, technically we... Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Oh no. I'm sorry for my Russian accent. I don't know why it comes out. I hope anyone who's Russian or who speaks Russian is not offended. Is something wrong, Bruno? Not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? Maybe Van Zieks only goes against Japanese people after some betrayal, which is why he had such a long break. Yeah, it's like... I feel like he has some backstory with Kazuma. And now he's like betrayed because it's not Kazuma that showed up but us. Kazuma, why am I saying Kazuma? Kazuma is his name, right? With a U, not an E. But like I said, there's a backstory there, and I don't know it yet. That is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Yeah, kinda. I don't think they wanted to make that many models. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zieks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. Please do. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there's never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. Oh. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Yeah, he's dead, alright. As the court will observe, there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? That he was shot from someone who's smaller than him. By someone. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Ha! Someone, like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Accepted. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. A report prepared by Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. Once again, we start back into enormous defeat already, guys. I mean, honestly, that is very much the case for Ace Attorney cases, like always. You literally always start backed into the corner. It's like, ooh, how are we going to get out of here? I don't know why. You never start out with like at least one good foot in. It's always like, nope. Like they keep pounding into you. You haven't even said anything and they're already pounding into you. A photograph of the victim found murdered in the storeroom. It shows a single bullet wound in the man's back. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. Well, it's not completely windowless if you count the window in the door. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windebank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Also, she was unconscious. She was unconscious! Please mention that she was unconscious! Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. Yo! What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. Jesus! We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. That's his first glass! You know what? I'm gonna actually count this time. 1. My learned Dibonese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After the testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or cold-hearted killer? Maybe the one from the first case is at fault again. Seems like a similar case at least. Wait, the one from the first case? Wait, the first case? Oh! Oh, her! The Swan Lady! Ah! I don't think she's back in London though. Didn't she like go to somewhere else in Asia? Like, I think she went to Taiwan or something? I mean, listen, I wouldn't be surprised if they just gave us someone completely different that we met like a long time ago. I wouldn't be surprised. Here's to establishing the truth. Sure. Try me. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zieks. At once, my lord. Plan of Winterbank's pawnbrokery at the scene of the crime. It shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. A gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, you know? I think that's because it has. Oh, he starts right off with his cape off. Damn, he's not playing tonight. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on 16th of April of this year. There's at least 3 months between the first case and now. Oh my god, what the fuck? Who the fuck is that? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupations are Betty, professional Betty. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupations are same as him. Ringo Skulkin is the one with the... Is the small one with the... with an apple. I don't know where Nash comes from, but Ringo? Definitely apple. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call... the 3 skulking brothers. 3. Why are you looking at me like I thought? Don't lump me in with you lot. Cool, blimey, that's cool. Don't you know what we're going for? It's our older bro. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke, ain't that right, Ringo? He's Nash, he's the very spit of him. So we decided, there and now what we's gonna do, we was gonna call you. Big Brother Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin, and that's before he's run out of chips. The fuck? I see. Well, the original names were completely different. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you're doing in the witness stand. The Skulking brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves are they, these 3? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say... What an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Oh my god, look at the hat! The smoke! He's on a case! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, although they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permissions, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Okay, sure. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I'm about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, what exactly you saw. Happy to! Because Skulkin's never Skulkin! Get out of it. I wonder if he's gonna do it one day. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in small hours and the gas store was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging first to go in, it was. Well, once he got inside, cold blimey, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness testimony is consistent with the crime seen in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. I still think he was shot through that window thingy in the door, because the way he's facing away from the door and he was shot in the back, through the back, I think that's what happened. I mean, maybe she broke in, maybe she did, maybe she broke in, he noticed, he went in, locked the door to, so she couldn't escape, and then, like, stop her then and there to question her why she would break into his pawn shop. And then he was shot in the back. But I'm just missing, like, why would she be knocked out? Like, I don't know why that is. And also someone must have planted the gun in her hand somehow. Nash is maybe from Nashi Pier, though that doesn't look like... Oh, but maybe it is. If there's a pair that looks like... Or, like, even if it doesn't look like that exact pair, maybe they made that. Because Ringo is just an apple, I guess, but maybe. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose the testimony for the pack of lies it is. Sure. Alright. 1, 2, you was like 3, 4. Yeah, you didn't take anything? You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? I'm sorry, what? It was Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just laughed nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Hey? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Ha! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Harlock Jones. They shot the great Mr. Jones? I did hear that actually. There was a... Whoa. The great Jones, that's beyond the pale. I'm sorry, I wasn't fast enough for that in the middle. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Firearm found in the possession of the skulking brothers upon their arrest. There are signs that a single round was fired. So now we have 2 guns where a single round was fired from, huh? That's his second glass. I don't know what happened to... Wait, no. He didn't destroy the first one, but it's the second time he put a drink in there. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs for spent powder in this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there. That doesn't work in court. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired their gun before they left Winterbanks that night. So he's actually drinking now. When is he getting drunk? Yeah! I wonder when. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? The blood sample on the wall? How do I... Wait, how do I show this? Do we just go with the portfolio? Probably, right? This one. I cannot show this exact one, so I'm hoping this is the right thing. This evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway. We analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes. That I am. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? This one. This exact one. What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Winterbanks pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Yes. Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Winterbanks' calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. Please don't tell me it's going to be but it was after midnight on Christmas, so it wasn't Christmas at all anymore. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from the gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? There we go! That's the first one destroyed! 1. Would you forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes? What a word. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally, and, like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Hey! Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew the testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of the crimes. Well, of course he did. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? As has been established, at the point of the arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. See, that's why I'm saying we have 2 guns where exactly 1 shot was, shot from. In other words, these 2 men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all. That's it. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Ash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bro. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Harlock Jones. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Jones appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Just waiting for him to reveal his vampire teeth and go, "Excuse me for sucking the blood out of this poor person." Yeah. Eccentric says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Well, yeah, half an hour is a long time. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. Where are they? If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are there. Here and here. Well, the lower one is easy to get around, isn't it? The one when you go into the shop, not so much, but the other one should be easy enough to get around, right? And then you just have to time it so you don't get caught while going to the back room. No? You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Hehe, that's a bit of fright attack, eh, bro? Lady Luck loves a skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Eh? Must have been just after 1, right, bro? Must have been Nash, must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord. It's the defendant. Ah! Thank you, Duolingo. Miss Gina Lestrade. Why does she have the gun? As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt cursing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Hey. Quite, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. A photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene at a short time before the murder took place. Duolingo threatening yet another person. Yeah. Every day. I don't believe it, Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Winterberg. Damn, we are definitely down bad already. I say, my lord. Wait, who's saying what? Oh, him. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of May, went 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. There we go. That's a third time he puts something in there. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Gary Depp Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, man, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for me making decisions too. I think you find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear? Stop. No room for that? Stop. Truth now undeniable? Stop. I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court. Yuzai.
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 Damn! It's not looking good for us. Are you taking notes of how many glasses he pours? Does that come in the test? No, I'm taking note just because I want to see how many it's going to be by the end. Oh. There's an ambulance outside. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. As always. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Well, yeah. That's what I'm here for. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Sure, the jury's contentions. Although the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and eliminated. I don't know. My tongue isn't working. I think you find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I've left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up? Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow? Stop. In Motherland we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Why do you have a mouse? The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hand the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. If she's pulling it, if she would pull it in this position, she would just shoot the, ceiling though. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. It's okay, they're going to help us at some point, probably. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Sure. Oh my god, this heated blanket thingy is so great. I love... it's so nice. Listen, if any of you ever get the chance, buy one, get one. It's so nice to lean back on it. All the evidence clearly... Okay. Okay. Tell me more about that. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pig pursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. Ah. Says someone working as a maid? A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums will be made spick and span or eradicated. Damn, bitch, the fuck? At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Harlock Jones? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Jones! A maid! I'm betting there's fan out of that. There has to be. There has to be fan out of that, right? It's really quite unforgivable. Got a scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. It sounds like anime characters relaxing on a kotetsu. Yeah! Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They'll got a scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Oh, she will? These brothers are scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. They should swing? You mean like get hanged? Hey yo, calm down. But you're convinced they're innocent, so... You too. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement. Contradictory. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. Yeah. You're right. I'm sorry, you have a mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the skulking brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir. Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. I wonder if his English is really that bad. Ah, here's a word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I'm Russian, not native speaker. I'm not a native speaker either! No one here is a native English speaker right now. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. Nah, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must deal with... Oh nice, I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid I won't be Yes, it is, Runo, easily. Sorry. With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder... Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor! Calling on a prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the skulking brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. So as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. Me either. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Well, that's a point for us. I'll take it. Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the by leave to be filed as evidence. Photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing a scene after the murder had taken place. Okay. Another print in the court record. I wonder if you can make use of that. At some point, probably. In Lake of Lies and Many Dead Fish, we must find truth, therefore I say not guilty verdict. Thank you! Okay, what about you? What kind of radio transmission are you talking about? Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. Our communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Majesty must take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. Wait, the ocean bed? You're well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airways to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. Well, at the piffle. I can't understand it, I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh, you don't look happy. Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think it just might be, yes. The button will break, yeah. Well, you think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Yes, she does. Absolutely, I mean really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. Says the woman with glasses on her head. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes have no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? That's true. Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with the stereoscope? Abso-fucking-lutely! How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Yes! Let's look at the before and the after. This one. Wait. This one. She's the first person to break a keyboard during a rage quit. She is. Alright, then juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Sure, let's and the after one. Alright, these 2 prints are both taken with the same camera and Windybanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? I do. You understand the principle? I do. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson on it yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were there. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So, what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. I think a young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Runa. Go on. Okay. It doesn't work for me. Because if I try... Obviously, this is on the screen, right? So if I try to do that... If I try crossing my eyes right now... I don't see anything because my eyes are so bad. I only see everything completely blurry. I only see everything as badly as I do without glasses, so it's no... Doesn't work for me. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? No. I cannot. I have no idea. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. I have no clue what they're talking about. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly? No? No? I'm just not very good at this, that's the trouble. Oh, don't worry, I have just a thing. I happen to bring with me a portable stereoscope. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but if you've had that contraption with you from the outset, you could have saved me staring at Mr. Windenbeck and Gina like I hate them all the time. And if you remember, I said in reply that it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes.
Hi. Hello.
No. Okay, not touchy.
Anyway, why don't we try using this helpful little aid now? Yes, please, because I am not seeing it. Here goes. What? What's the difference? Now let's see what we've got. Wait, look at that. Ah! What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Yes, that's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power. Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why did you do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm? I think you find out if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. Yeah, it's because they just, you know... As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. So, yes, there must have been. So what's the point? Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly, so they looked through it and just put it all back the way they saw it, but it's obviously not going to be perfect. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Suckers! Someone tampered. New information, stop. Not mentioned testimony so far, stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. I mean, there's only so many people it could be. Do they say anything new? Pop Winnebank. Proprietor of pawnbrokery in Baker Street, as regularly patronized by Mr. Sholmes. He was shot dead by an unknown assailant.
Hello, good evening. How are you?
Oh, Gina's actually older than Susato is. Interesting. Egrid Benedict, question mark. A young English gentleman with an aloof and high-handed manner. He appeared at Winnebank's pawnbrokery, accusing Gina of stealing his redemption ticket. You're good? I'm also good. I am also good. Further details about the man are not forthcoming, damn. Nash skulking. A witness to the incident who broke into Winnebank's on the night of the murder with his brother and accomplice Ringo. He claims to be a professional baddie by trade. Ringo skulking. A witness to the incident who broke into Winnebank's on the night of the murder with his brother and accomplice Nash. He claims to be a professional baddie by trade. And this one is the older one. Interesting. Well, it could have been either of them. I don't think it matters which one. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulking brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My first book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you're saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpocket after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winnebank to open the storeroom. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to judge anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulking brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpocket. Come and get a trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulking brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pickpocket. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Thank you so much for the follow, welcome! I hope you're good. What's that? I for one would like to hear more from that shady pair. He used his head! Can you all see now? I think you find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. One more! One more! Wholeheartedly agree? Stop. Must purchase after trial? Stop. Will return home via Regent Street? Stop. I like her though. I think she's cool. I think she's funny. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done! Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one try would be unusual, surely, but alright. Ha ha! Ha! Oh, Rionosuke, I think... A fold-up device that allows anybody to enjoy seeing things in 3 dimensions simply by looking through the eyepieces. Lord Van Zieks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them? I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. That looks like it's still the same glass. So thank you for the hydro time. I found myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least, and I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. Hell yeah. Alright, that's already our first to be continued. Looking good so far, looking good. Let's save here then. Yep. How many save states do you even have? A lot. 20. Who uses 20 save files? What do you need 20 save files for? It's not like these games have different endings. Or something. Alright. Order please, let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Okay. There you again. I presume you're at the defense counsel summation examination? Ah, yeah, Governor. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulking. Grr, blimey! This is going to be hard work. Early in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? Just that was the case at the same or longer length. That's a good question. Because on one hand, on the original release, you could just, you know, play the second one without necessarily having to play the first one. It's the same case here as well, but like, why would you do that? I'm guessing it's going to be same length, because the first case in this one was also really long, and not the tutorial kind it would normally be. Was nasty it was, didn't even have time to pull me Dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers, oh, blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort, how you figured that out? Well, You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me. Like every fucking time. Technically, like if you go to court as a oh Jesus. What the fuck was that? Sorry. If you go to court as a witness, you swear under oath that you will only tell the truth and no lies. And yet again, every single fucking witness in these games is lying. Every case, every time, they're lying. And no one's ever just goes, you were lying. You are now in contempt of the court. The only people that actually ever are in contempt of court are ourselves. Which is weird. It's like, I get that sometimes you might forget something or you accidentally omit things. But in this case, people are just blatantly lying and it's like, well, let's just try again. That's weird. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. They're lying multiple times with that. Exactly. There we go. That's the second one broke there. And that, gentleman, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, girl. We're blab, we squeak, we're peach. Please do. Illegal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't driving for nothing. It was when we were at the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Allow me, it didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking it should have come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the black. Couldn't have shot at the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation? You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterberg's countertop on the night in question? Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, they spread this entity pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Kindly make us sound a bit more cutthroat. It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Winniebanks that night. There's more to the testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. I don't trust them. Let's see here. You both jumped, and with both of you, and made everything fly. What was in there then? So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Though it was loud, alright? Blimey, my dad granny would have woken up at a bang. Big Ruffy screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a lot of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. Your 3D master walked in quietly then. What a racket. My granny would have been scared back into a grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM! Wait. What is it? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about the testimony? Also, I literally called you by your name. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skokie said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. That's very true. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas in on the yard for questioning last night. And the statements they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Oh! Now, what's that? Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, go, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. And speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are. Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me the gun." Oh. Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? No? Wait, what am I? Okay, that's nice me about. Oh. Okay.
Eee.
Wait, but it is. Oh, I'm at the wrong statement. I'm a dumbass. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. He was shot in the back. This is why I wanted to present it. I'm a dumbass. Let me present it. There we go. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Eh, you what? Gordon Bennett, that is right. There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, the Moltula used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing. Nope, he was shot in the back. Is that exactly where you are? Right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so colorful described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, Counsel? Yeah, it's kind of obvious. You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof to demonstrate this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a posterior-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet enters the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. According to the testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Gimme the gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if the testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there's an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Sculptor. But it's a God's one is true. It is Nash, it is, when he was shot that night. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Someone like that might have slipped out. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite the testimony to the contrary, the Skulking brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, Ha ha ha. I made a mistake and ate chocolate. You're not supposed to eat chocolate. That's not good for your vocal cords. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand it to replace the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. The truth is, we see, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If you blood now, you know what it'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you. Bro, come on, the game's up. But we have our guards for gathers. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that your brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Oh, well. Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Damn, they get 3 tries to tell the truth. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gap and leave a sigh of relief when Jesus showed his mug. Give me the gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old Jesus, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Now that's an interesting new statement. So you're not telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storm, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for this. Encounter with the victim. Alrighty. You just got inside. 2, 3, 4, 5. Tell me more about that. You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing of nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked the doors from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank? Yes! Yes! Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Hey, what? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial changed completely. It did. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect to two conundrums. Two, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Oh, that's easy. Understood, my lord. Are you right, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospect hugely. Hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court in this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. Okay. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Literally anywhere here. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Here. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after that, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulking Brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah! It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Well, that's not what I believe happened. I still think he was shot through that weird, you know, loophole thing. I don't know what it's called in this game. Because why would Gina lock the door if the guy was shot? Oh wait, maybe. Hold up. Why would Gina lock the door behind the... No, maybe. It depends on when exactly Gina got there. Gina was already there. Maybe Gina was already knocked out in the back room. No, but who would have locked the door from the inside? Ah! Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? No. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report says that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winniebank. Ooh. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn a key in a lock? But... What if someone else locked the door? I mean... Gina... If Gina was, you know, not knocked out or anything, she could have locked it. Like, if you see someone get shot in front of your face, maybe she would have locked it behind her to stay safe. Oh my god, hello! Good evening! Thank you so much for the raid! How are you? Hi! Welcome, raiders! Welcome! Welcome! You were playing art! Yes! Thank you, Twitch!
Hey! You and the Pikachu for the raiders, of course. Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu.
Oh my god! Thank you so much for the gifted sub! I don't know why that sound was so loud, Jesus. Thank you!
Pikachu.
Lots of Pikachus. Hi, I'm Newer. Welcome to everyone who doesn't know me. I'm Newer. I like to play RPGs and visual novels, and I like the color pink. Holy, you do a Pikachu incredible. Thank you!
Perfect Pika, welcome.
You must love to avoid spoilers. Hope you're having fun. We are! This is the final case for the first game. So everyone who doesn't want to get spoiled, be careful, be careful. This is the final case of the first game.
Yay!
But yeah, this is where we're at right now. Me too, I'm counting as a viewer, but I need to play this. It's okay. No worries there, no worries. Everyone stay safe. Be aware of spoilers. We're getting there. We're trying to find out who the real killer is. Well, not yet. I'm guessing we're just trying to not lose this trial. You're such cute emotes. Yes. If you're interested, I have both of my emote artists linked below in the about pages, so you can check both of them out. If you're interested in seeing they're very cool people. Maybe one day I'll have even more space to put even more emotes because I have so many more. Except for the tier 3 one. I did that one myself actually. Wait, let me show you. This one. The Angie Newer I did myself. But every other emote was drawn by the 2 people linked below. Alrighty. Now.
Angie, yes, Angie.
Is that so? Yeah, Gina could have locked the door. Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Locking her. Yes! Thank you so much! Thank you for the lurk. Gina. Gina could have locked it. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel. Yes, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Half-baked notice of no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please? Wait, what? Of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Yeah, it does. Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh, yes, obviously. That's what I'm saying! Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winnebank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Winnebank must have heard the intruders breaking into the shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bro. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger.
Bang!
Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winnebank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. It's quite obvious, isn't it? Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winnebank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life. Who just said that? Well, I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, girl, we ain't. You've got to believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Harlock Jones. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulking, your brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winnebank's murder. I'm surprised he hasn't fallen off that crate yet. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest. It's not three, it's just two brothers. That's amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they all have to give a verdict of not. Uh-oh. An admirable effort, my learned friend. Says now. He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. That's a new glass! Well, not a new glass, but he definitely has a new drink. That's the fourth one. I dare say, such... I'm sorry, what? Chickenery? Is the bread and butter of the street performers in a provincial eastern nation. Hey! But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. Expecting the bottle to go flying for a moment? Yeah, not yet. Maybe in a few more seconds. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Oh. Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zieks. Might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Bam! See, there it goes. That's the third glass he has shattered. Assuming you're too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets. Oh, true! Oh dear. You noticed them. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? 2. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Harlock Jones, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your Lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the skulking brother's revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Harlock Jones right before your eyes. Yes, I did. My goodness, I think you find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Winterbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, the Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Damn. I also forgot about the bullets for a second there, not gonna lie. But the thing is though, the problem is I cannot prove it yet, I think. But these 2 brothers talked about someone else being there. So if someone else was at the scene of the crime, who's to say that this person did not have a gun? Like, no? Or something else to scare him with. By God, it doesn't have to be a gun. You could also have, I don't know, some other thing to scare someone with. It's running away. There it goes! That's the bottle. The bottle gets an extra note on my notepad. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we could see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession 1 more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc. Ah, finally. I'll be taking whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yacht, thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilda has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, the music box disc. McGilda's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. I'm wondering now, do your notes leave it open to think... What, leave it open to think that you drank too much? How do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't get what you're saying. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. Now you're just being mean. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and, I think it was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zieks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. You're taking notes of how many glasses and bottles get broken, but you could just write glasses and bottles as notes without context confusing. Ah, no, I'm just... I make a line for every time he fills his glass. Then I make an X for every time he flings away his glass. And I make a circle for every time he flings the bottle. So, unless you know what that means, it would just be a bunch of scribbles. Indeed, by leave. A metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. On the reverse side is a note that reads format gilded. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Wait! Wait, we didn't have a chance to examine this thing. Detectives are too smart. Oh, Rona, look. This is blood. Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. That's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Ooh! What color is it? What color is it going to be? Green! Ooh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, the color. What is it? It's just the green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? That's... Wait, green. Green is the color that we saw on the door, on the calendar. But we're not sure. Like, obviously we presented this as, this is one where Sholmes was shot. But we don't have, like, we're not 100% sure whose blood it is. We don't know yet. Who says it? Why? Because why would Sholmes' blood be on this disc, right? So what if it's not Sholmes' blood? What if it's not Sholmes' blood? Because to be fair, I've been wondering, if he was shot in the abdomen, why were the blood splatters all the way up there on the calendar? And what would that mean in, like, where did the bullet go? If he was shot in the abdomen, did that bullet really go through him? I doubt that. Are you really sure you only bought one brain cell? Yes. Interesting. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's bawly obvious to me and my man. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Yuzai.
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 Dum 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 dum.
Damn! Yikes! You guys are so mean. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Ah, how dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winnebank. That's beyond any doubt. The guy on the right has his mouth too close to the fire. Oh no! You're right. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Gary Dub Squadron was primed and ready for action, sir. Good. Okay, just a second. Because I am getting bombarded with messages, did I miss something? Oh, okay. You know, when some group chats just suddenly come back to life every time when I cannot check them. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Again. Do tell. Please do tell. Alright. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was a pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on a previous day. I can see him in for a busy day I had. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns. Oh, are you? It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chaplain Black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, the prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Ah, it's another glass. That's his 5th. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. Sure, thanks. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yeehaw! Yes, my lord. Go! So, our Mr. Here is saying things that have nothing to do with the court case. Why? Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I'm sorry, what? I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Harlock? No. Harlock? No. Harlock? Harlock Jones by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Harlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major operation, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find a bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to say the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulking brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Who you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake. Are you saying that you checked his bag? Of course I did, and there wasn't trace of injury, no sign that the bullet had left the body yet. Oh! Heh, heh, what? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. I see. Let's clash him with our ballistic expert then. How do I do it? R. The mystery of where the bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? We have one right here. Maybe he can help. Those two statements clearly contradict. The idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert. Pit. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulking brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in a wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Wieland. Pleased to meet you. Wieland! His name is Wieland! This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in the motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road and freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and their worn dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? A bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? From the impact? A bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that does not answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely why he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may. Lord von Zix. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry. As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Oh. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the items in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Harlock Jones' pouch. I mean, sure, why not? Let's do it the unconventional way, why not? I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken, the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. How, do you even say it like that? I don't know. Exploded. So that night, the bullet from the Skulking Brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into Wolf's shop. I'm not sure it was deflected. How deep is the pouch? Also, thank you for the higher time. A delightfully complex aroma. I'm sorry. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Wait, do I have the pouch already or not? I don't have it yet. Damn it. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Now, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on a conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Well, these pouches and scruffy. The pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting, one of the glass files was smashed and there are scorch marks around it. Give me that! Give me! Give it! Let me look at that. Look at this. Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something stripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? This file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in the file, there would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion? Well, Harlock's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous. Oh. I'm sure that when this pile broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right hand side of Sholmes in future. The left is the danger zone. Can I open this thing? Like, this is a pouch, yeah, but like... No, we already read about that. Can I do anything else, maybe? This is just a broken file. Can I not do anything else? Like, I'm sorry, what the fuck is this lump? How do I look inside it? What about this? It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Aha! There we go! What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? That's the Skulking Brothers' bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Winnebanks that night. Ha ha ha! We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press the juror again, I think. Heck yeah. Oh, fuck. I forgot to read that. I'm so sorry. A projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Shom's pouch that caused one of the files to explode during Mr. Shom's. Hehehe. And now the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Yunosuke. Hehe. Slow way to turn us around somehow, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
We will turn it around. Where is she? You were talking about only 2 bullets. Well, do I have news for you? It's a number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like to find china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. Well, that's easy enough. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene, could that be possible? It is possible. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during the investigation. Oh wait, did I just press impossible? I want to press possible! Ah! Yes, we found one. I thought I pressed possible, I'm a dumbass. Sorry. Let's do this again. The words look so similar.
Click, 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 click.
Furious clicking. I can prove it. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet. Oh my god, so much evidence. Here it is. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question, Winterbank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Shom's pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Shom's waist before he was taken to hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say? There will be more evidence, absolutely, there will be more evidence! The shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night. Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Shom's. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Huh. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. And he's the one... Ooh! And he's the one who attested that no one else was able to touch that pouch, so... No one would have been able to plant the evidence. I mean, I don't know how you would plant a bullet as evidence, but... Order! While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. That's very true. Let me sit down in a more comfortable way. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? By leave, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Oh, he can suspend the summation examination. That's new. Cool. We haven't had that before. Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out a summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it. Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? Never! The Skulking Brothers work alone. It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's a net scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back of all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulking Brothers. They had an accomplice. A secret accomplice. On that night at Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun. That's another glance. That's his 6th. An accomplice, you say? Pixwell. I'm sorry, what? These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists. And that's the 4th one he has broken. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof. Evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they are hiding? It's easy with the blood. Well, counsel. Sure, I'll do it. I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. Sure. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. Oh, it will be! Only drank 2 glasses as of now, guys, wasting so much money. Haha, yeah, he is. Unable to present answers with clearly the correct answer all the time? Sure. Good evening, how are you? I have to push forward now, there's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. Sure, let's go for it! In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. Sure. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? The blood samples. You're fine, you're catching up on the internet. Oh? Were you busy all week? The blood samples. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. I hope you've been having fun gaming. I have, thank you. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? First one. This one. The green one. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Harlock Jones. By the great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see? It doesn't have a name yet, though. This focus spray is a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Hello! Hello, TK! Good evening!
I hope you're good. An old fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
My golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? The man's name is Agate Benedict. Agate Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Agate Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, sir. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. That's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. And he has a gun. Now the reason we can prove it's his blood is because he cut himself on the disc before he gave it to Scotland Yard, right? Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, ask Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder Gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulking. Never seen a geezer before in my life! On my life, Gov, on my life, never seen her! Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. I love the Skulking's animations are so good. Yeah, they're really fun. Yes, then I can.
Thank you for the posture check in Irish time!
Ah!
Woo! Whoa, 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 whoa. Jesus Christ.
Lost, you know, had that. Ow! You ever cut yourself on your own fingernail? Because I did.
Damn.
Ow. Shows the evidence! Yeah, I will. I agree, we must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. Sure, I don't mind. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Thank you for the fact. Are you ready to present your answers to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person that struck by the third bullet is once again in the blood samples. It's dumb though. Why can I not present the blood samples immediately? The specific one, I mean. That proof is right here in this portfolio. Good gracious, counsel, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend. But... enough. The court demands to see further evidence. That's what I'm here for. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? That's easy. This one. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim his disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Agate Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that the minor incident occurred. But of course, sir. Here's a disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Agate Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Agate Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now. There's flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. And that's another glass. 7. Harlock Jones, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to recall evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green, what of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well, so you want me... You're calling it devil's proof in a court of law? Get your filthy feet off the fucking bank or I will make you. And pray do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. I don't know, I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. Iris has a medical degree. I think that should take precedence if she makes some you know, if she mixes stuff. No? I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief, what did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, a decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? Ha ha!
Ha ha. Get fucked.
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite a devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did they misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Shom's partner is a force to be reckoned with. Oh, she is! Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. She's so cute! I love her so much. After a shrewd presses of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach this conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decision in turn, please.
Yeah! Yeah!
Oh. Oh? Huh? Interesting. Well, as long as we get 4 people, we're good. 2 call guilty and 4 call not guilty, such is the outcome of the summation examination. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to rear police work, then they're too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
Ha 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 ha. Get fucked.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested a subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Ergot Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. You! Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, madam. I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one on which the gentleman is shown. Right, yes. This one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... You know this man. Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious! Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Order! Juror number 5, how on earth... I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on a telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. What a twist! Yeah! Hi, Hey again. Hope you're good. If the gentleman is at Lana's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him with it. What the fuck is that word? Aha!
Subpoena.
Subpoena!
Subpoena.
Subpoena!
Subpoena.
Subpoena!
Subpoena.
Subpoena. I see. Okay, I don't know English. Lord von Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. Yes! The court will recess for 1 hour. Is this your Duolingo learning? No. Hi again, you're a little sniffly because of what did you... Oh! Don't get sick, be careful. Wet hair, be careful with that. When a new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Damn, guess I have to stop stream now until 1:40 tomorrow. To be continued! Yay! Nice! That's already our second to be continued. We're making good progress. I think, I hope. I mean, to be fair, I don't know how much there is in this trial, but I suppose it's going to be a lot. 7th of... My immune system is pretty strong, so it should be fine. Okay, that's good. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, the picture. What picture? The one with the gun? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Moon has cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. It would help tremendously to actually know from the person in question, you know. Alright then. It was after we had the dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 221 to Winniebank's place. I'd had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The hound of the hound of the Baskervilles. Hound, I think. I don't know what's it about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in luck with Winniebank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winniebank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the old lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Wait, who screamed? I nearly died, I did, and next thing I knew... Oh. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Oh, she got scared. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon. The Hoon or the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it! What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. So she got scared because he saw her and that's why she took the gun. And of all the things that that stupid fucking camera thing could have captured, it was that moment? Damn. Very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulking Brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you then. Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Why would he say that? And with that, he took the gun over my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... 2 shots. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cop's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. He was dead immediately. Winterbank was a goner. Damn. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. You passed out, yeah. That must be when you passed out, Gina. Seeing someone die right in front of you and bleeding out, I think that would make most people dizzy. It's not a very uncommon reaction. Easy peasy, locked room. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Moon is about to put the real culprit through the mill. Yeah. But 2 gunshots. That's weird. Yes, Duolingo, I'm aware. 2 gunshots. Where? The Kovo was there in the afternoon. That agate Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. He was. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Yeah, leave it to me. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter with him, even though he was a killer. So? No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. Why would you lie this time? I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe if it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute and unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute and unwavering belief in him. Since then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilded, I know that. Hmm? That's right, you're a friend, Ginny. Iris, we know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes, that's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruhodo, Oh no, she's crying! Defendant Jean Lestrade and a legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. I love this song. It's so good. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. I like how they keep reminding us every chance they get that he's dead. Like, yes, I am aware we won't see him. Stop! 17th of April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Ryunosuke needs to have his gay thoughts. That's, yeah, valid, very valid. It's a mood. Lord von Zeeks have you successfully. I already forgot how to say this word again. Wait. do you say it?
Subpoena.
Subpoenaed. Have you subpoenaed? That sounds like peanut. The witness. You know, I'm just gonna say, call, I don't care. It's delivered to the communication station where the man walks immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Now let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's pieces of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, sir. I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord! The subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Agate Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. What's his real name, I wonder? Hi! Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Yeah, sure. You're definitely an upstanding citizen, aren't you? Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Ashley Graydon! Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Such a handsome face wasted on such a charlatan! Exactly! You think he's handsome? No, sorry, I can't. I can't agree. No, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. I don't... That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. And stop dancing! Gladly, my lord. Gladly. The lower lashes are wasted on him. I love pronounced lower lashes. I think they're really pretty, but they're wasted on him. The dance, yeah. Accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I'm dismayed. For the highest court in the law to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Oh, don't worry. We'll have a lot of time together. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Agate Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Irinos Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... What the fuck? I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your fleshy head while we do. Step on it!
Step on it.
Alrighty. You have occasion to make use of pawnbroking. Yep. Yep. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shom's chemical analysis has positively identified the substances as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two Miss Crates. Every individual's blood has slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shom's chemical is able to differentiate between... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Shom's character anyway? Oh! I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective? A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh? Why did he react? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh, what? Me? No. The Mr. Skulking next to you. Wait, I've had it up to you with this? How many times have I gotta tell? I did! Yes, I know you're not big, bro, Skulky. Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Call blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? At least one thought. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? Me thoughts? I have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest God, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Well, you took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So it was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Bruh. You should learn to shut your mouth. Oh, else wells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. He's worried about him, yeah. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winniebank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like the last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. That's not true. He literally just said that he, you know, pawned stuff. And we have a picture of that. Exactly. Oh, I wonder when I can show that. Very well, counsel. Continue with the testimony, Mr. Graydon.
I will get you.
The bottom line is I never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon after the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. He does, though. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clear. Are you kidding me? What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't. What's going on here? Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windybanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. No, it doesn't prove that he was there in the afternoon. Because this picture was taken at 11 AM. That's not afternoon. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Gregson. Who is telling you to keep quiet, huh? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? It's always going to say in the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the skulking brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Yeah, sure, good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information would become a valuable weapon. Let's show him what he was there for, I guess. Let's show him the disc. No? How do I present E? The disc. Disc, where's the disc? There it is. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of this murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen a disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. We have people lying under oath. Woo! Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Oh! Wait, are the leaked communication thingies on that disc? Is that what this is about? Because, like, we don't know what is on it because we don't know what kind of music box can play it, but... And he's a communications officer. Is he a mole? Ooh, I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. We will see about that. Sneaky link, yeah. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused of with the guttling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Might be some long-standing British-French war grudges. Maybe. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please? Sure. That was the plan. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to... Okay, let's see... Stone, in the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Tell me more about that. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Excuse me! Is something wrong, Inspector? Oh, well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way? No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering in Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contribution to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this one, Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? It's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Thank you for the hydrate time. What's all this about? Well, one Zeeks doesn't seem like there's a... like he's a good friend of Strongheart, no? And listen, I trust Van Zeeks way more than I do Strongheart. Because Van Zeeks so far has shown that he wants the truth to come out as well. And he wants the truth to come out way more than he just wants to win. Gasp, an affair! Wait. Hold on. 52? Oh, he's not list. No, there he is. 44. It's like there's something going on between Rex and Lord Van Zeeks here. Oh wait, I connected the wrong people. Wait, that makes it even worse. How old is... Wait. How old is he? 32. Would appear that the inspectors revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. This one then. This was deposited at the Winnie Banks on Magnus McGilder's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Let me finish talking. Conjecture again, and in any case, if this was taken into custody by the police that afternoon, the witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. That's not true. Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilder had another article in pawn at Winniebanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilder in Winniebanks' pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulking brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? When had that man deposited? The article description reads 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fella needed a small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winniebank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? Well, the other camera, right? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterberg received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on the 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items on the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then there we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Okay. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Yeah, same. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So you might have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Well, I'm gonna look at them again. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box. Stop! Schmoving! I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. No. I mean, I can't see it, but... What? Has to be. So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. What if he had the disc with him and used it there? He's going to reopen that wound he's moving around. I hope he does. I hope he's going to open it. He's going to bleed out on the sand. I don't care. Oh, he made 2 copies. I'm not sure. I don't know how easy it is to copy a disc like that. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't like the guy. I don't like him. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify the discrepancy between the 2 prints? Well, obviously, the fucking stereoscope, no? I'd like to use this device, my lord. To view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've got the bag at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece. Aha! I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? I mean, it only says the box. No one mentioned anything about what was in the box. So if they only took whatever was in the box, they could have just left the box itself there. And obviously Scotland Yard would be like, well, everything's still there, right? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Well, there. Literally. Right. There! Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? Discrepancy? I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. When you read the two pictures stereoscopically. That's a nice box. Very stylish. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me... wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. I like that the judge does it with the cross eye, like. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilder's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. By Jove, he's right! However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally posited by Mr. McGilder is in fact? Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork? What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGiller's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. Let me choose that one. He said it too! I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine our box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can possibly be relevant to this trial. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Oh, you could be wrong about that. The court does not hold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. By leave, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. It's still raining outside though, so it's going to take a while, right? I'm going to get you. Whoever you are. Mr. Eggert Benedict. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. Short-sighted. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilder from the pawnbrokery. Yet, common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
Look at that, it's another glass. That's the 8th time
He's filled his glass. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilder perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he is found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles his upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You are aware that the entire front of that coat is soaked in blood. No? I wouldn't call that ordinary. A staring contest would be fun, yeah. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows, Mr. McGill was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. But the code has not come up again. We don't even have the code in our evidence, and I think that's mostly just because seeing blood the way we can do with modern ways is just not possible here yet, and they don't want our spraying stuff at blood for it to change color. So we cannot make use of that, sadly. I have to think back a little and go like, damn, we don't have luminol. We cannot say, oh, there's blood on that. And we cannot tell whose blood it is. Or we cannot prove whose blood it is. We can make assumptions, but we cannot prove it. That's the problem. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. And that's the 5th one he broke. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles spawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc got a box on any tangible way related to this case? Bitch, that was important wine glass! Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGill's true character, and we know that this is significant even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGill's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zieg knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? He drank one more at some point? He filled the glass 8 times and he's thrown it. He's thrown at least he's thrown 5 glasses by now. And he filled it 8 times. Like, I'm not counting when we see it again and it's still filled. I'm only counting when he fills it again. He's showing off his wealth. That he is. But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify. It's okay, we have time. She has to talk. She has to talk. She committed perjury, yes, but she was forced to do so. Because her life was in danger. She was threatened. I don't know the exact law about that, but I think it doesn't hold up. Like, if your life was threatened and you commit perjury, I mean, you were scared for your life, right? I don't know. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilder's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? Accomplice, crime, or something, maybe. It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilder, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. Yes, I'm aware. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. I will break that stupid walking stick. And then I'll stab you with it. Then I shall bid you a good day. No. No good day to you. You stay here. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. There isn't even any hat. No. It's just his stupid slick back hair. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Thank you. I will need it! I will need it! The articles that Mr. McGilder had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, a trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilder. The omnibus case was intriguing to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in a trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilder. Naturally, he was a prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. Friend. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilder died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor his small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Mr. Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in a trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Yeah, right, no one believes her anyway. So, what do we have to lose? No one believes us anyway. Let's fucking go! Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend, is hellbent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Let's fucking go. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilder's porn articles and an extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Oh my god, wait. One stream without hiccups, maybe. So, Mr. Straight, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then, everything's going to come out. Like when Six said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Let's go. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance. I may have educated in error in McGill's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. Ah yes, the real truth, not the fake truth. The truth come out, das Juminhan is gay. Did I just recycle a meme from like 5 years ago? Yes, I did. The actions of the accused in our trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce, it was all lies. That McGill, the fellow, was rotten to the core, just like a pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east, they were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of ya. Mr. Narado, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Look! I don't think so. I really expected to believe that. He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGill's porn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. It's so funny how everyone's completely glossing over the fact that she literally said, oh, he told me not to talk to anyone. And now they're just like, oh, she was in on it. They were all in on it. Like, no. She was threatened. She just saw a guy get stepped in front of her and she's threatened by the same fucking person to not talk. Who knows what would happen to her? Do any of you people have brains? Or do you all have worms for brains? They don't trust her. I know, but it hurts. Just because... Still get in trouble for it though. Yeah, I know. I know. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Sure. By the time we're done with this, I'll get out of here a hero. You mark my words. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. Wait, let me just... Code isn't good as this. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilder was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Where Mr. McGilder and the victim are acquaintances. I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were you talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let it an involuntary scream? Yeah. That's what gave me away. The Irishman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw that disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilder picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was that scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. A rapping noise? What do you mean? Scream. Yeah, the guy above you screamed. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilder got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cows from the roof ran up to fetch the slopes. Wait. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So they left McGilder, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. One looks like a simpler Benedict. Oh. Yeah, I don't think that... No, that's not the same person though. I don't think so. Also, that one had a distinctly different speech pattern and is a hat maker. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Okay. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think... I really don't think it, they have anything to do with each other. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. Beppo. Wait, I think I said that... What is it? The story of Momo? I think the guy in Momo is also called Beppo. I think that's what I said last time as well. You know, the Momo that fights against those time thieves. What did McGilder and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilder slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. The pawn shop obviously being Windybanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Constable. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was on the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zieks. McGilder took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before, handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Winterberg was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lake. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing. I'm just gonna press all of her thingies so the entire court will know what happened. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in log, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. That's because there's blood on it! There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I left it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Kind of been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So you need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press on every I just did that! I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. What? Do I just press on everything again? I already pressed on everything. If I remember rightly. Okay, I'm just gonna... We literally just read all of that. I'm just gonna see if any of them react. Business dealing. I already pressed on all statements, but I'm just gonna do it again. Wait for the light lines to stop the whisperings. No, they should react at some point. Oh, or maybe I just... Maybe I can just talk to them at any point. Hi. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! What? Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack. You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I've nothing to say to this uncouth detective after you deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Ah, that makes sense. I forget that I can literally look at people all the time when someone else is talking. Okay, let's try this again. Thank you, Mr. Stray. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cop died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be for Fated. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Straight, it would appear Mr. McGilder was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know where that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. Well, I do. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. That's nice. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilder 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Ooh, another to be continued, huh? I wonder how many more there are. Yes, I would like to save. And also, I would like to take a really small break and get something new to drink. Give me just a second, guys. I will be right back with my non-existing be right back screen. What'd you miss? You missed me running running up and down 2 sets of stairs. That's what you missed. Ah, I'm back. Alrighty. Let's see here. Just a second. You will hear some ugly plastic shrinking. Got your exercise in for the day? Yeah. I did. Ah, no. I wanted. Where are my scissors? I have so much bullshit on this desk, but I don't have a pair of scissors with me. Why not? Where did I put them?
We got the box. What about water for that exercise?
I have water. I have water. I got water and I got some snacks. And I found my scissors so I can open the snacks. Unintentional ASMR with Nui tonight. Crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. Here we go.
Nom, 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 nom. Gummy worms.
Alrighty. Oh, the gummy worms are a little hard. Okay. Sorry about that. I really need my late night snacks today. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Nothing. What the fuck is that? It's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case, I didn't.
Music box.
Would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. You're not happy about that, are you? Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Wait, isn't that one way bigger? No? You guys are so great! So we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Winterbank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? I already understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. I don't think it's going to be music. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at least. At last. Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc, well, they're unrelated to the case. Blackmail got the victim death instead of money? I don't think it's blackmail. I said this earlier, but I think it has something to do with the... You know, with the thing that we saw in the papers. About how someone is intercepting secret government stuff, you know? No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now, you can't. Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of his prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Just evidence of misdeeds, but not a piece of blackmail. I mean, we'll see, right? No further delays, please play the disc. Let's see then. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. I wonder what kind of irregular sequences with the same tone we have in this world. Why is he laughing? Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. I hope you open your wound. I hope you open your wound and bleed out on the ground right here in this courtroom, I swear to God. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on. Yes, you're right, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Absolutely. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. Graydon stands there trolling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. The wig shifter, yeah! Like when he's surprised, it's like, boom! So you know it's big. I do wonder, why do they wear that wig? Like, because that is a real life thing. I saw it in court. When I was in London, we were allowed to go see like court proceedings, and like they all wear these weird ass wigs that look horrible. Why? It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. Shush that. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the sound of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, you know. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, sure you have an idea in mind? Because if not... Ah, why am I getting hiccups? It will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly bruken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. You got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Why do I like this guy so much? Because... Wait, which one? Which one do you like? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. The accuser guy. Oh, and Zeke, you mean? The prosecutor? Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. He's cool, yeah. I like him as well. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Okay, one more time. I'm sorry for the crinkle. Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Dimmody's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of his latest wild speculation. Sure. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is the newspaper. Where is it? This one. Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpurse Plunder, hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. I do, though. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Mayhaps. Please, everyone order, but this is high treason, Counsel. Deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. Oh, don't be rude. For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations will surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in a pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. Wait, high treason is punishable by death? Holy fuck. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Yup. Oh, damn. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Then by all means counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Yes! See, that's what I like about him. Delighted, I'm sure. Listen, that's what I like about him. Because he's like... Then fucking do it! The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in the trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Winterbank, that being a most flagitious offence for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is a no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit and porky, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call... the Three Skulking Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Why the fuck? Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Like, honestly, I believe them. I believe that these two have nothing to do with the capital crime and treason and stuff. They're just trying to live. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. They might have killed a man by betraying the motherland! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rot are getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the Jesus whose job it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Winterbank's 2 days before the black overcoat. Nice. Alright, boy. Try me. So, how do you know that? They're not! To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Who's laughing? Would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, so yes, please! A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. What is it then? Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions on future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris. I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things will slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Let's try it. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. What's the belief of the defense? Look at someone else's time? What do you mean? 2 CDs? I don't know. Maybe there's another way to play it. Does it please you in some way when Nipponi's friend to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh, what's this? What's that? Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right! Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Alright then, here goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the other side. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. Thank you for the posture check. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time! Ha! 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 Ooh! How do I present that now? I want to... No, Wait, how do I close it? I want to close it again! I want to present that! What's this do? I want to present it! Like, there's nothing... Water time, yes! Just a second, thank you so much for the higher time. What does this do? Can I close it again? How do I close it? The disc! What do you mean the disc? I don't have the disc! Oh, do I play it, do you mean? Do I play it? This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's... Oh, I was too fast, I'm sorry. What did she say? It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone, but this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Can I just present that button? Because it's not lighting up now, is it? want to present it, but like... Or do I look at this first? I would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box. And this movement is like the other one. The combs teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do, except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. The music box that can only play two tones. Do you want me to tell you? Do I just present the fact that there's a completely different side to it? Do I just present this part? I'm just gonna present this part. The music stopped, I'm right. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Let me just get a drink though. And then the movement on the underside of the music box. Wait. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box. You severely overthought it, I wasn't... I'm sorry. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the chord is heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. I wanted to shout at the end. I'm sorry! With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer is absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the code with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I do have a second disc, though. I can't at the moment. Are you sure? Wait. Do we not have it? Where's the chocolate disc? No! Where's the chocolate disc? And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Wait. Maybe you were not wrong about him looking similar to the other guy. Maybe he was there. Indeed, I was Mr. Mason the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You would reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon? If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. You're always right. Well, good to have you then, if you're always right. Look, all we done is break into the gaff theater and like what he told us to do. Okay. Let's hear it then. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rather had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. Hey, more. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulking. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old china. What do you mean, an old china? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a Larry one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Cool blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Wolverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Apple and pear, yeah. Neither does your fruit. Oh, did Jesus ask us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. I like that the small one. I cannot tell you what dog breed it is, but the small one reminds me of a dog breed because of his beard, mustache, and stuff. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? A pug? Maybe. Yeah. Sure, let's add it. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement the testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin's never skulkin'. Yeah, he definitely... No. Likes like a pug. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. God, them were the days. Who's Milverton? I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask him to elaborate, but on what? The name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That's it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be a surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to Peanut. I thought it sounded like peanut earlier. How do you say it? Subpoena. Those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Pina. Is that correct? Very well, yes.
Pina. Subpoena.
I guess. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. A telegraph operator at the Central Communication Station whose last mayor was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. Ashley. I didn't know Ashley was a guy's name. To be fair, the only Ashley I know is Ashley Tisdale. All of a sudden we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windybanks. Ashley's unisex, used to be more masculine but is now seen as a more feminine name. Oh. Interesting. Listen, I'm just... does anyone here mind spoilers for the Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright game? In regards to names? Because the reason I'm so on the fence about this has to do with a big plot point in Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright. Because there was a character there who also had a unisex name, and they made it so that due to the difference in spelling, and a part of that game is voiced, so you did not hear that name voiced at any point, except when the real truth came out. You felt the first time in the whole game you heard it voiced, and like, to me it didn't make sense, but afterwards I looked it up, and the way it was voiced, it's a girl's name. If you just see it written, it doesn't matter. But if you hear it voiced, if you pronounce it that one way, it's a girl's name, and you would pronounce it differently if it was for a boy. Like, that's what the game told me afterwards, at least. And like, that was a very big plot point because of that person. I'm trying to say this so it's not to not spoil anyone on a game that is like, I don't know, 6 years old by this point, but you know. Which is why I was so confused for a second, because it doesn't matter in this one, I think. Like, here gender is not of the question. That's not the question we have here right now. That's why I was so confused, like, isn't Ashley a girl's name? But I mean, personally, I think everyone should take whatever name they want, right? But in the end, I will always... I mean, that's how I grew up, so the first time I hear a name, I will always think, oh, that's a girl's name or that's a guy's name, even though it can be either sometimes. Trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon and the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, a brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if Takedo is making headway with the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers.
Excuse me.
The sound produced by Music Box. It was some low-class brickman negotiating with McGill anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
I'm not so sure about that.
He's a thief, though.
No.
You've no relation to the man, do you? Mr. Milverton? You've no relation to the man? No? I highly doubt that. Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years, it means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Why do you write it that way? I keep wanting to say subpoena. I hate it when words are not pronounced the way they are written. That is why I will never learn French. The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Don't stumble now. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness will come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Wilverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at a pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulking brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. Right! He kept saying there has to be a second disc when we gave him the code in the first place. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. On what grounds? Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Finally! What? 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, the wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common slum thieves. All the dancing, that's what he gets. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGill did. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbeck's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbeck was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Grrr, he says. Grrr.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you. Who just said wait? Oh, him. Oh, he's laughing. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see... this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Oh, he's going to try and pin it on her now, isn't he? What? He's suggesting. I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Alright. Sure, tell me about it. I'm going to destroy you. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Whose gun is a smoke machine? Iris's gun is a smoke machine. Technically. Oh! The big one that Gina stole from... that's a smoke machine, yeah. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I will stab that stupid walking stick right into the bullet hole wound. I want to hear you scream. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole on the door. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. How is he going to flee to safety in a locked room? I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. There was no blood on her. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Are you joking? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Yeah, extraordinary dump. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling your trigger. Order! Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty for murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I'll tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Yeah, sure you do. Hey. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Perjury!
Perjury!
And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite. Oh, that's how the blood came to be on her coat? All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to have a vestige of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. It can. There is blood on the coat, that's a problem. Also, that's your 9th fucking last. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work, his ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. Thank you for the higher time. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in a courtroom at the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. And that's the 6th one he's destroyed. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Great, now the code is coming to bite me in the ass. I was so happy that we had blood on it earlier. Now it's going to bite me in the ass that there's blood on it. Because we cannot prove whose blood it is, they're only going to see that there is blood on it. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat? If they test it with the chemicals. Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Oh, you're attractive, dude. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Where's Mr. Winnivack's blood? That stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. Great. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Fuck. Once I find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Imagine getting so far only to be found guilty by this stupid bullshit he just pulled out of his ass. Alright. We are short on time. 2, 4, 5, 6. Why would she do that? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom though, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. That's the most bullshit excuse I've ever heard in my life. So it was you in fact who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left it clear to my lackeys and left. Clear. We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flutie told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes. Sounds legit to me. I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Wait, who just... Hello? Gentlemen. Hello? Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this is a bit of a hooligan, eh? What's going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. At the places, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or the flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gore blimey, see the way he's looking at me? Telling her, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. I literally had fries earlier today, but every time I see you eat those fish and chips, I'm like, oh damn, I would like some fries. What's your feeling, Runo? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man. I will! And quickly too, because once I discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stock inconsistency in his testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. I know! Alright. Let's see. I'm just gonna press him on everything. The farther you get in a trial, it's like at some point you just press absolutely everything and hope for the best. Mr. Winterberg emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scoring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. She might have rushed to check on him as he bled out. He might have been there in the carriage and nosed his blood. No. He wasn't there with the carriage thingy at all. I think maybe our good friend Greg told him. 2 ideas and brain only. That's okay. We'll find out soon enough. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular milkmen and burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. That's true. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in a doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. Oh, he knew the deal was taking place with McGilded, but how did he know the shop if no one talked? That's a good question. Maybe he was there for the trial and then, you know, followed Gina, had his eyes on Gina to make sure and to find out what she was up to. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little bro, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you sitting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, go. When we managed through Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Like, I think maybe he was trading her for a while. Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counters as 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the cannon and the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Oh, don't worry! We had people literally leave an entire bullet in their body because they couldn't, you know, tell anyone that they were shot, lest they'd be outed as a murderer in these games before. I think getting grazed by one is not that bad. I didn't imagine we'd still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterberg intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scuppered through the door back. At which point, what did you do? You pursued the man, but he shut himself in the door. In the storeroom, I'm sorry. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Dancing all the time and letting the cold consider of the wound certainly didn't help, but he absolutely not, no. Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job, made of stout wood. I mean, but there's a small opening in about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yeah, you should. But it's okay. I looked through it myself that night. It's okay, we need it as evidence. Probably. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? A bunch of lies! Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Every time I take one sip of this water, Jesus Christ. But no, it wasn't a broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. God, you saw the blood splatter all over the girl. All over her. Yes, to the people I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But there would have had to be blood on her entire person. You know, her face, her hands. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. Her white shirt! Her hat! But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Her hair... Other. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. After the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat. Damn. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. Wait, gunshot wound? But the splattering of blood on that coat is because of a knife wound. See, what did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Winterbank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry.
That's his 10th
Time. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. And that's the 7th one he broke. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. What the fuck do you want? How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem, Pobart. Can't be done. But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pidorsky to Starving Boy and he ran away crying.
Shots, 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 shots.
Harlock Jones is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. Do you have a personal grudge against him? How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. No, it's not. My lord. Been a long battle this one, but this old warehouse has something to say now, if you please. Warhorse. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, man. All for one now. Sir.
Yuzai.
Yuzai.
Yuzai. Yuzai.
Yuzai.
Yuzai.
Bitch. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an anonymous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? It's not the 11th drink because he didn't pour another one. There was no animation of him pouring another one. So it's still the 10th. Did I actually fail? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Oh, is that Sherlock? I know that voice. Am I going mad? Yes, it is! Mr. Sholmes? What is the meaning of this? Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Riley, it's really you! You awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Oh, I will make use of those. Hi! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. In that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san, whatever could it be? The cat door thing! What is this? Oh! It's a machine I made! Ah! Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapper-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
Haha, funny cat.
Love it. Love the cat. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. I wonder why. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. It wasn't there yet? No, wait. But no, wait. It was there. No, wait. When did we look through it? We only looked through the cat flap when we came back. It wasn't there before. It wasn't there before. How do we prove it wasn't there at the time? No, not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night? But why? A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. He's gonna smash it, isn't he? Number 8. In 5 minutes, it's over. We're out of time already. To see if the manuscript was in the storeroom. I'm grateful to you for affording us a brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are anonymous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider summation examination, but any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I still think that sounds weird. I only know the rest is up to you, not down to you. It sounds weird in my opinion, but... I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... for the cross-examination. Right? We don't need the summation examination. We want to... For the cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. Oh, I don't need a new witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. To interrupt the cross-examination? Why do we get a flashback to him showing up? Where the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. We didn't finish it. Oh my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. Obliged. This is absurd. Is it? If we can finish an entire summation examination, why not finish our cross-examination? Haha. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protection of these proceedings. Sure. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. Sure. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Ajababala. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Oh! Man down! Mr. Sholmes! I mean, I know which one. It's okay. One chance is good enough for me. To stand so insultingly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? I am. Let me at him. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down or Iris.
And I won't waste his final chances as the sun has given me.
And this is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap man, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the door. I'm sure we can all work it out for ourselves. But a cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Are you sure about that? Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterberg had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Shores. Yes, the three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom though. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate time. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Because you committed it? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made a peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. The assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
With little peepholes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
I'm gonna getcha. I'm gonna getcha.
Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. Just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe the plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Let's try it then. I had a feeling you'd say that. What?
Baggy, Kui, time for dinner.
Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One doesn't make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapper-mat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimension of the people with the banks are an exact match. Hey, I'll take his last 4 words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Oh, I have evidence, don't worry, I can prove it. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people's dimensions are the perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
It's okay, we have evidence.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord.
The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrators returned to a naive land, she can't... Native! Not naive. Jesus Christ. Native land, she cannot testify to the fact there's no proof.
Oh, there is!
I can. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. It's okay, Dionosuke, we can do it! Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank storeroom was created after the event and not before. It's easy to see, isn't it? There was no door on this one. What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
Yes.
This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. As I've been saying. Ooh. Okay. Order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Excuse me. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. Jesus Christ, this guy is getting on my nerves. I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Not yet. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Is that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you get false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistencies revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the peephole. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Concocted, not concocted. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole on the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course so. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shift so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. He told him. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. I know. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. Who's that person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Well, there's only one person it could have been, right? The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Hey, me! You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. Corroboration! Well, the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, really? Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilder's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. Sometimes I wonder if they think that people don't play this all in one go, so that's why they give me these backflash. I was about to say backflash, these flashbacks. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. Yeah, they probably think you don't do it all in one go because it's so long. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rack, you're making all this up. Or if they plain can't remember, maybe, yeah. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with the witness would be considered a cross case of malfeasance. What's that mean? Oh, why don't you just say misconduct or malpractice? I would have loaned those. Damn. Please. Please be nice to non-native speakers, I'm begging you. Well, My god, I'm so glad I never tried to play this game in original Japanese. I would have died with all of these highly specific words. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is a Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. The disc, right? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Where is it? The disc. Does it matter? I say it's the big. You know, the other one. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilder. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilder's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is off McGillis down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him, it's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilder has to be taken in as evidence now. Any of the two would work, yeah. I think so as well. I'm glad that sometimes they give you 2 options. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilder was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT? On the quiet? Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? I don't know, what does Q.T mean? What's that short for? Because the only thing I know is QT. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? I don't think they expect him to be cute in the mission. Right? That's why I'm saying, like, it's probably not cute. Yes, so second is actually on his person. I don't think he has it. The defense demands that the inspector search her once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. No, but he has moved someone else. Rather violently, might I add. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter my lone student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here, if, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. I say, very well, counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? No, I want to search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Wait, did I not choose it? Got nothing to hide. Wait, what? No! Listen, bruh, I really thought I accidentally chose wrong. The defense demands a search, but not for Inspector Gregson. It was for dramatic tension. Yeah, that was highly dramatic. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Am I, though? Be quiet, all of you. Who said that? Rune is doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's a British way. Ooh. Tell him, Iris. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request the search now? This poor dude. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Getting told off by an 8-year-old. She's 10, actually. But yeah. Very well then, by leave. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. By leave, carry out the search. Now, Lonamo, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! He really doesn't know nothing, though. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. Just wanna see where it goes, bro. That is a second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh. Order! Mr. Skulking, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! I mean just Gordon Fleming Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the desk that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Grex is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance of the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me a whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes, didn't you mention a third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Ow! Well, bless my wig, he hit it! You... Me? But I'm afraid I might fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the... whatever QT means. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. quiet tone. I'm just gonna look it up. What does on the QT meaning? Secret or quiet way? In a secret or quiet way. It's a shortened term of quiet, but there's no definitive source of the phrase on the QT, although it appears to be of 19th century British something something something. I see. So we're alright, the quiet. Just on the quiet. This does mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. What? Bruh. I need a sour gummy worm for that. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Why would he? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decision. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings. Well now. As a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce the leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Gregson, right? Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he's clearly stuck with Graydon. The music box. Is that Mr. McGill's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Well, I'm not British, that's not my problem. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Ooh, another glass. That's 11. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, 1-6. For pity's sake, stop it. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ooh!
Yes!
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
Ooh, oh, that's nice.
Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it. Alright, admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You're a detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. More information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storm door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. You... Traitor! Eh? This is a court of law! Hello? Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! His fish chest! That's it then. It's all over. Is it? I despised my life growing up. Those slums are wild places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums make me in the small hours. I want to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilder would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspection of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The low of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I thought of my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. Got some work for you, father. I need some music box disc made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2 actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had made the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and a music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilda for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information away a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But it doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Wilverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first complete dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGill, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make, he never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? Oh man, that's number 12. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilda brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways. And that's the 9th one he is destroyed. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilda by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilda himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice the monster deserved. Oh. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilda's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? The sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. On Zeke's house, I have a bunch of bottles and glasses on the floor next to him or something, or he just stands at the bar in disguise. Yeah. Listen, I feel sorry for the poor sap who has to clean it up every time. So the policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGill had used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So he gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGill did. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGill did. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now, what an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery. Hi, that's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend a watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in a pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Straight written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar, anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another one of McGilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilld's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. I swear to God. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew there was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers. A whole case full he takes to every trial. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ring were searching the counter, I located a music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of 4 faded articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! Oh, he immediately shoots, huh? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
What is it?
Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. I'd struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in a blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night.
Hey! Was los? Ja. Ah.
Einwandfrei. What a fun story, huh? Earlier you called McGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Carried up scoring standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
無罪。
無罪。
無罪
無罪。
無罪
無罪。
無罪
無罪。
Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally, the wolf. I'm bored. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Hey? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGill's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillet's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Oh my god, that's a 13 glass, bro. I need one at this point because I think my voice is going. It's been going for the past hour and a half actually, but quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Thank you for the hide attempt. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Wait, who said that? Isn't that... It's about the sounds produced by the music box before? I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless serious? Is that a typo? Of 2 different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secret, Sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. The dad figured it out and scammed McGilda. That could very well be. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord. That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at some. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again Mrs. Straight never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. I don't think she can promise that. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade hot.
Milky. Woo! Yeah! Oh my god. I can't even say yeah anymore.
Bruh. Oh. That is all. Court is adjourned. Bam! Oh, what's this now? Hey. Bro, are you kidding me? That's another glass! On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my father's friend. More to clean! Yay! Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grind to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Is that a compliment? I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. A little racially charged there. Just a little. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and thrust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Ah! Aha, there's some backstory there, isn't there? Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Hi, good evening! Or good morning, actually, I guess. Hi! How are you? Welcome, Raiders! Welcome! Hi!
Wow, mouse invasion! Mouse invasion! Welcome! Let me give you... Hi!
Sorry if I sound a little dead. We've been going for 6.5 hours.
Mouse invasion, hi, welcome!
You were playing the letter. Oh! Okay, wait. Let's go in order here. Hi. I'm new. I like JRPGs or RPGs in general and visual novels. We are currently at the final, I guess, some kind of last minutes of the first Great Ace Attorney Chronicles game, but this is the last case, so it's like really the final of the game. We've been going for 6.5 hours, so excuse me if my voice sounds a little stressed. It is. I've been reading for over 6 hours. It is stressed. Well, yeah, it's good morning. It's 2:30 a.m. where I'm at right now, actually. You lurked around early today, so I was surprised you were still going. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well, not gonna lie. I didn't think I'd have the energy to finish the entire trial, but we've just been going. I just kept going. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. How far are you in the letter, though? I must admit I haven't had the chance to catch up on most of your playthrough, sadly. But I am very interested in the game itself, so I'm gonna have to see if I can catch one of your streams sometime again. But yeah, just, you know, for anyone who does not want to get spoiled on Great Ace Attorney, this is just after getting our verdict on the final case of the first game. So I don't really know what exactly we will get, but just be careful if you plan on not getting spoiled in this game. This is where we're at right now. It's a really interesting game. It does have some very scary parts though. Oh, scary in the sense of actual atmosphere or just like, you know, jump scares? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Also, that's his 10th fucking glass he has destroyed, and yes, I've been counting. Thank you so much for the follow. Both jump scares and atmosphere. Well, that's alright then. I don't really like if it's only jump scares. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Sure, we meet again in the next game. Wasted wine? Oh, he wastes a lot of wine, don't worry. I counted. And waste a glass, exactly. I counted. During this entire trial, he poured himself wine a total of 13 times. He poured himself 13 glasses. He destroyed 10 glasses and he threw 1 bottle. Wait, no, actually 14 times. Wait, 14 times if you count that one just now. 14 glasses of wine poured, 10 glasses destroyed by throwing them into the chandelier, and 1 entire bottle destroyed by throwing it into the, you know, the people watching. The letter scary and creepy, really creepy at times. Oh, I have to play it myself at some point as well. I think I bought it when it was on sale a long time ago. Going to appreciate the wanton destruction.
Such devastation was not my intention.
Put this man in prison. No, he's a prosecutor. I don't think he's going to end up in prison. Well, that's not true. We've seen prosecutors end up in prison. Maybe not yet, though. The wine. What did the wine do to him to be wasted so much? That's a good question. I don't know why he does that all the time. It's just his stick. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey defines its antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. Yeah, you did it. But where's Iris disappeared to? I don't know. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Yes, odd is your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
Hello. What is it?
Do you want me to go to bed? Is that it? It's the same cat that was literally just here like a minute ago. He's back again.
What is it?
He's like, why? I want to sleep. Why are you not in bed yet? Turns out the wine's Japanese advice is just to throw it. Oh no, that would be horribly expensive, no? No one ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. True. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in a trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. That's very true. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way.
Baby.
I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. It means a lot that she trusted us. This is the way I see it, Yunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Yeah, teenagers, I swear. Yeah. never honest with their feelings. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? You are. You definitely are.
Meow.
What is it? Meow. What is it? Now he's complaining that he doesn't have enough space on the bed. Come on. It's so big. How do you not have enough space? Pardon the interruption. Who's this? Oh, Mr. Jones! But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? The voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Jones! Haha, yes, it was me all along, you see. There he is. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Bruh. You were shot! Please stay in the hospital. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was standing to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts just rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. He blackmailed the doctor.
Yeah.
He does that sometimes. Classic Sholmes. Classic Sholmes. He's going to faint again. Yeah, he's definitely going to faint. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Ooh. Why would you put your hands on someone's neck to make them feel how cold they are? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Straight. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it is my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with a particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was walking on wins up that anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Do you now? Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? She lives in the slums. I think every day she could die, right? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You might have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some cows like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGill that saw this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? That she does. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are. Hurley, how long have you been here? And he's on the ground. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as I leave. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Ooh, that sounds promising. I'll be careful. Ouch. Poor guy. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the book through the Star Waters and luck, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in an offense, it's your job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for them a lot like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. Whoa! That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Hehehe. What is it? Oh, don't cry. What's a job and what's not is kind of subjective. Yeah. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh god, who's it now? The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. If a job is such a profession you get paid for, then diver's on the list. Exactly! Otto? Yes. No, don't do that. What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so. Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase, hide the dough missing from your vocabulary, Mr. String. Eh? On occasions such as this, you're supposed to say thank you, no? I would recommend a simple thank you. Gina for assistant, that would be cool. Oh, yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks. Oh, of course. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Don't cry. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. I'm pretty sure Susita will come back in the second game, I just don't know when. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite an indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven! Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I do know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on a locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Yeah!
Well, that's good news. 18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside? Is that how you say it? Quayside? That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Wait, what? Oh, there, look! It looks like she's reading something. Susato-san! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Eh? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. I see. Not littering in the ocean. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? We won! It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Isn't it? The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law. You, Susato-san. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Your sleeve? Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterberg's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... all of that happened. Mr. Sholmes was shot. And you made that hole in the door. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. The door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop, by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Yeah, I can imagine. Imagine you make a cat flap in the door and then you see a dead guy behind it. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember the trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Peak horror, yeah, that is peak horror. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Usato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Oh. Miss Usato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person would be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Usato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets. I love her! Look at her. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Such a sweet smile, right? Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. I don't follow. Ah. So, gi. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how do you know the name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. No, it was a Japanese message? It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Oh. What now? What is it now? But what could this possibly mean? Thank you so much for the follow, welcome! Whatever is in a long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. What is it? What is it? There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? It would seem to be as Gregson's the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? No, what? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. What? I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo came from. Haha! Yeah! Your dad is in Japan. Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. Fuck! This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Well, not yet. Not right now. Honk. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, don't cry. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? Marriage? Nah. About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hoon of the Baskervilles. True. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. What's the word? Partnership forever. Definitely, Iris. Aww. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Boria, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cavern as a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh, okay.
Bye bye.
You know what scares me? The fact that 2 of the people on that weird Morse code list are already dead.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ
The first volume at least, yeah.
お前は不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする
The cat!
僕は弁護士になって異国の町で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろう
Only one is that right? No.
でも
I mean, Kazuma has that, and
大逆転できるそんな気がする
and the Wilson guy, if it is the same, you know, if it's a John H. Wilson,
だって
Iris is dead, then 2 of them are dead,
世界最高の
as far as we're
仲
aware.
間がいるのだから
They killed the Scotland Yard. No, the Scotland Yard is still alive. For now. And we don't know the Shin guy, so I don't know. His mentor is dead. Yeah, that was the second case in the game, actually. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we wouldn't have made it to Dover in time otherwise. It was a lovely cutscene. It was! Anyway, explain everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runa's words, and I know just the one he used here. Oh, I know as well. Then I really must say...
Yigari!
Ah! Wow, we did it!
We did it! In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. Yes, you did. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, piles a pittance by comparison. Water time! Yeah, thank you so much. Hold on. Oh no, there's going to be more text, isn't there? Fuck, I need to do... I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. I do miss having a voice.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Rarely do rare Coban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't also know his father's an innocent man, or you're calling my son a liar. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. I'm dying. Oh my god, I can't believe we did it. That's the first game. There he is. Having delivered to a Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wakahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. There's no pets allowed on this ship, don't you know? Only a bit more, yeah. And then my voice can rest. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mashed together in perfect unison. Sure. Now, if you excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I still don't trust this guy. I don't like him, and I don't trust him. And I'm betting he's a bad guy. I bet you he's a bad guy. The latest Rand's magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. It's the hair, isn't it? Yeah, well, his entire, standing. Her ladyship puts me to shame. It's his entire way of being that I don't trust. Also the fact that the literal first case he gave us was the one with McGilded, and telling us together not guilty. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course, Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky pack. Managing rather well with the housework too, got his maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Sometimes you just mistrust a character from design alone, and you will be right. I am pretty sure I'm right. My Rolly's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than handing out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners that dropped her pennies on my lovely wife.
Oh, Pad.
Oh, Rolly.
The maid was on the cannon, yeah. Maybe the cannon was the maid all along. Oh, you're in jail. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Also, you have a place to sleep and you get food every day. So I'm hoping it's not that bad. Yes, so renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please. Grave over, bro. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time. We need to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skull King's Milk Random. Right. The 3 Musker Watsets. Milking a neighborhood for all it's worth. You guys make a fascinating pair. Oh, no. Trio. Trio's the word. What was death penalty? I don't know. I don't know.
Susato-san.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your system will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. That's mighty kind of you to say. That's a great pic.
Yes.
That's nice. The great picture. It is. It is. So what now? Oh. What's this? Wait, are there more credits? Voice actors. Oh. That's cool. Very cute. That's a nice way of showing the end credits. Yeah. They can show all of the 3D models again now. I wonder what will happen to Asogi though. Oh. Because technically he would be dead at after the second trial. Second case, so... But I'm guessing he keeps showing us the way. Now we see the entire models without obstruction. That's true. Oh, see, he stops. No, now it's just me. On my own. Customer staying behind during this part of the cars destroyed me. Yeah, that's... No, and she has the sword. Why would you do that to me? Why do they keep... Like, they keep rubbing salt in the wound? But he's not with you anymore. That's horrible. Why do they keep doing that? Why would you do that? No. I'm already sad enough as it is. I don't need to be reminded that he's dead. Oh, motion capture actress. Ooh. Lots of people. A Russian dying message. English text. Hey. Localization. Oh, only 2 people? Oh. Quality assurance. Game is like, in case you forgot, we had the sad part earlier. Here it is again. And again. And again. And one more time for good measure. Oh, pole to win, huh? Look at his shoes! You're wearing a suit and then you... And 2 more times after that to really drive it home, yeah. Oh, will Iris...
Yes, Iris is also following us. Nice. We're going. We're going.
There he is, the man with his feet. Oh, he technically does do the same pose as the other 2. It's just that he's his body is turned to you.
Feet.
Sideways instead. Oh, ho, ho. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I forgot the word for a second there. I like that they all have different walking styles. Well, Sherlock's and Yunosuke's are pretty similar, but... That's so cute! The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Finn! That was great. It really was. It really was. What's that? 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 Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. 2 more times. Nah. Thank you so much for the bits! Congratulations, finished again. Thank you! And thank you for the pet! Oh my god, yeah. That means the next thing we can do is play the second game. Holy fuck, we did it! Woo! 7.5 hours for this last case. Holy fuck. Or the last trial, I guess. Oh my god. Congratulations. Thank you.
Wow!
Akide, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Great job on streaming this game for this long. Thank you so much, you guys. Yay! That's another game for the finished on stream pile. Yay! Yay! I'm so glad. I'm so glad we finished. Holy fuck. Well, I still have a voice. This brings me to one problem. I originally had planned to play, you know, this game tomorrow, in case we wouldn't finish today. But I finished! And, you know, I do not want to get started on the second one immediately afterwards, because I will not have a voice anymore if I do that. So I'm gonna find something else we can play in between. But I will play the second game this year still. I do not want to make that big of a... I do not want to have that big of a pause in between, but we're going to play something else in between. Something where I don't have to read out loud all the time. Just so I can give my voice a bit of rest, you know? But we're definitely going to check out the second Ace Attorney Chronicles sometime soonish. Pick a game that you don't have to completely voice. Yeah. You should have taken a break once your voice started to die. Yeah, but on the other hand, it went so well. Like, there were times when I was playing this game where it felt like, oh my god, why is the case not over yet? But in this case, it just kept running. I didn't really notice how long we've been going for. Oh my god, it's 3... Oh my god, it's almost 3:30. Holy fuck. I desperately need sleep. But yeah, I'm going to find something a little less taxing. A little less taxing on my voice. But I'm so glad you guys stayed with me. Especially everyone who's been here since the beginning. Hello? And thank you so much for everyone who's still here from the raids. I'm just trying to see who we're going to raid now. Our favorite bat is also playing this game, but she's at like, I think the second case or the third maybe. I don't know how far she is, but not as far as we are. So I'm not quite sure if a raid would be good in that case. But I don't know who else is live with something that I know of. Something that's interesting. Ah yes, classic Twitch being, oh, you want to view this ad before you can look at that stream. Crossing my fingers, you also recover quickly. It will recover, no worries. It will recover. If I do something that is not this taxing on my voice tomorrow, it's going to recover. No worries, I'm gonna drink a lot. It was a very nice stream. I'm glad you think so. Thank you so much for coming. I'm just gonna... Okay, let me set this up. You know what? Let's go say hello to our favorite bat, you know? Then I can tell her that I finished this game, and then she's going to have to say she's proud of me. Here's a raid message as always. Let me just do this. We're going to mute this. We're going to put on my ending song. Very nice. And like I said, thank you so much for coming. I hope you all had a very nice time. Thank you for the stream, newest well. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the raid once again. I hope to come by for your stream sometime soon as well. Have a nice night, everyone. Say hello to the bat for me if you want. Thanks for streaming. Have a good night. You too. Thank you so much. Good night.
Bye bye.